In 3, 2, 1. You are live.
Good afternoon to the Brentwood community on behalf of the entire Board of Education, District Administrators, Council, and District Clerk. Welcome to our May 20th, 2021 Board of Education meeting. What I will do is ask for a motion to convene general session.
Motion.
Motion by Trustee Safiri. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Trustee Gonzalez Prescott. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. What we are going to do tonight is go immediately into exec session. But before we did that, I just wanted to read off some additions to the agenda for tonight. And just in case there are any questions from the community, you can have those in advance. So with B2O, there's going to be an addition to the agenda. It's B2O, and it's going to read seal of biliteracy $500. Actually, let me just be a little more specific. B2O, it says add a scholarship donation, seal of biliteracy $500. There's also going to be D1B, computer lab assistants, and those are appointments. Numbers 22 and 23. I'm going to give you the name for number 22. Joan Cortez, last name is Cortes, computer lab assistant, that's the position. Reason, new position, and the effective date would be TBD, which is to be determined. Item number 23 on D1B would read Nusrat, and let me just spell that first name. It's Nusrat. Last name is Khan, Khan. The position would be computer lab assistant. Reason, new position. An effective date would be to be determined. So we're going on to now D1G, which is, again, in addition to the agenda that we currently have posted on our website. It would be for an approval of workdays for Mr. Frank Hark, retired administrator. The motion would read as follows. The motion would be in order to adopt the following the resolution as follows. Be it resolved that upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, Board of Education hereby approves no more than 15 workdays for Frank Hart, retired administrator, to assist as substitute purchasing agent. And be it further resolved that Mr. Hart shall be remunerated $300 per day for days work.
We just make that D1H, there is a D1G.
Okay, so going back to the approval for work days, Mr. Frank Hark, retired administrator, will read D1H because we already have it D1G. Are there any questions from board members in terms of these additions, modifications? Mr. Loshina, did I get it right? I don't know if you were reading along.
Yeah, you did. And thank you. Yeah, I was, going to ask you to make some of those changes. So I appreciate it. You doing it now.
Thank you. All right. So to the community, those items will be in addition to our posted agenda. If you have any questions, you could, of course, email Ms. Kathy Hoey. We'll still be taking questions all the way up until the meeting on the agenda items, and then during the meeting for any other issues. Any questions from the board members?
Yeah, the computer lab assistants, you said those are new positions that we added to our table of organization. Those didn't exist before.
No, they're not. I don't think they're in addition to the table of organization. I think that they are just assistants to IT.
Oh, the IT, okay.
IT.
I'm
exactly.
thinking teacher assistant,
Yep,
because it says lab, that they're IT, okay.
Yep. Okay,
Why do they call them
Okay.
computer lab?
Thank you.
I'm thinking. it's
Yeah,
just
that's
computer lab
confusing
and-
because I,
Yeah,
If I
It's a
could just
civil
explain.
service.
right.
Yeah, I mean, I can let Stacy too, but it is actually an addition. It's, we're adding computer lab assistants in the computer labs, obviously to help the IT department out. Mainly, they'll report to Candace Chang. And that is actually a civil service title.
but Rich, I'm sorry, Mr. Lotro, are these at the building level, like the computer labs
Yeah.
at the building level?
They
Or
are
it's
going
this
to be
an
at the-
IT department?
Yes,
That's what I find confusing, because we used to call the computer labs in the buildings, right? When everybody was in, there was a computer lab that kids would go to.
yes, and
And I know now it's different because of COVID, but I'm wondering if, you know, we're gonna go back to that, or if that's what their job is going to be, or if they're going to be district-wide assistants.
yeah, and all great questions, Julie. Just to be clear, we still have computer labs at the secondary level, mainly at the high school right now. Let's just be specific there. And we do have computer lab TAs at the high school, for example. These are computer lab assistants that will report to to Candace Chang, who's actually on with us now, and they'll actually perform duties that will actually assist the IT department, whereas a computer lab TA very frequently assists the teacher when they're giving instruction in the computer lab. And they will be assigned to the building, so they will perform quite a few tasks for the IT department at the building level.
In a specific building, or like,
That's what I was just gonna ask.
are these people like one in each building, or are they going to be spread out among the 17 buildings?
Well, okay, and then I'm going to turn it over to Stacy, who obviously will know more about it. But if you remember, we probably spoke about this at one of the meetings. Our goal was to get one technician in each building. However, Ms. Chang has actually put a great deal of time and thought and effort into this thing, and she realized probably be more effective by hiring these assistants. And now I'll turn it over to Stacy, and she could maybe give us a little bit more insight.
Sure, with all of the computers and laptops that we gave out to students this year, there's a lot of paperwork involved with that. There's a lot of questions when the computer doesn't boot up right, or they have questions with software. So we're hoping that these positions can help with questions like that. We're not hiring one per building. We're not going to add 18 to our table of organizations, so they won't be at every building, but they can travel between buildings as well as necessary, and they can take phone calls from all buildings, when students or even parents call in.
Now, are they going to be based in the high school? Is that what you're saying?
No, we hope to either have a computer lab assistant or a technician in every building. So we hope to have all buildings covered with IT personnel. Now, the computer lab assistants won't be able to do the high level IT functions that a technician would, but sometimes day to day, there are smaller things that they could do. So this is really to help the buildings, to help the students, to help the parents, so we can actually use this technology. We don't want it to be a waste that we gave out the computers and we don't know how, people have questions and can't use them. We want to make sure this is really used efficiently and effectively.
I don't know. I
Thank you.
just need to see the
So
job,
these are, I'm sorry.
because it's still like a little overlap. You have a computer lab person, such as maybe a teacher, then you're going to have a computer lab assistant, and then you're going to have a TA also. There's
Right.
something that it's not computing right in my brain.
So
No,
they.
So this is an
Can I jump in?
additional,
Can I
Yeah,
just jump
but-
in? So it seems like they have three different roles. So the TA works with the teacher to provide instruction and more on the
Right.
academic side.
Mhm.
And then the lab assistant, this position is more of a hardware kind of bricks and mortar type of approach, and also assisting with any of the issues that the teaching staff or administrators may have at the building level. So they're really, geared towards support services for the building staff. That's Mr. Lochner.
Robert, I just want to clarify your answer before. So this is a change to the table of organization, but within the IT department, right? That's what I think Stacy used that word too. So these are new positions, in other words. They've never existed before in our district.
That's correct.
Right,
Okay.
this
And
civil
these-
service, right.
Stacey, I guess I was a little confused. We have support staff there. What are they called?
Within the computer labs in the buildings, they're TAs.
No.
What about?
At IT, you mean?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
support out of IT. I thought this was
At techs, right?
that. Yep.
Yeah, we have different positions. We have a help desk person. We have, they're all civil service titles other than the techs. They're consultants.
Was this
for us.
posted?
This was canvassed
Okay.
through
Was this-
civil
I know-
service.
Oh, it was camp, okay.
Civil service.
We did, I do remember that we spoke about it, but I
Right.
just didn't know that it was already being put in motion.
Yeah, I thought we were hiring techs, not,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
that's what I thought we were gonna hire
Techs.
2 more techs to help out.
Like somebody
Yeah,
more,
the-
right,
Yeah,
proficient in technology.
right.
I want to say that that's probably still a possibility, but it's just not now. Like it's not here. So I think what we're talking about is it's funny because I believe that that we're still short. Like even with this additional 2, I think that we're
Absolutely.
still short. So I think that is still a possibility.
Mhm. And also, if I could just clarify, we actually no longer have computer lab teachers.
Right.
That was said.
I'm sorry,
before.
Mike, talk about technology. I think my computer keeps freezing, so I'm hearing things intermittently. But I have a question. So I think also, and thank you, Robert, because I'm glad to hear that, there'll be others that will be added, other positions for technology. But the role of these 2 individuals is also to interact with the parents, Stacy, is that correct? You
Yeah,
said
they'll
if
take
there's parents.
calls.
Okay.
Yeah,
So are
they'll take
these,
calls from
any of these
students.
individuals bilingual in Spanish or any other language?
One's a Brentwood graduate, yes.
Well, I mean, but are they bilingual?
One I know is, I'm not sure about the second.
Okay. Just moving forward, if we are going to add more and their job description will be to interact with parents, it may be helpful if they speak
Sure.
another language.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. So could I have a motion to convene exec session at 5:23 p.m. for the purpose of matters leading to the appointment of a particular person, seeking legal advice from the board's attorney. Could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion by trustee Burgos. Could I have a second, please?
Second,
Second by trustee Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
I did
Yeah,
the first
I-
motion.
Go ahead. No, I didn't think I made the motion, but that's
Oh,
okay. But are we
okay, so-
convening
so-
executive or are we ending the
No,
public
no.
session?
I'm sorry, we are, to convene into exec for the purposes of
Okay.
seeking legal advice and from the attorneys and matters leading to the appointment of a particular person. I'm sorry, Maria, I thought I saw Julie's light.
Yeah,
go
no, I
on.
think I was going to ask a question, so you saw the light, but I didn't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
Maria probably made the motion.
The motion by trustee Gonzalez Prescott. Seconded by trustee Moore.
I think Paula seconded it.
Trustee Moore is the second, and all in favor, if we could,
Aye.
Aye.
microphones on.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, can you turn on your mic?
I think she said aye.
I said aye,
Yeah,
my
she said-
mouth. You have to read lips.
Thank you. Okay, so we're hoping to be out by 7 p.m. But our track record has not been good. We usually do run late and we'll send an update if we are running late. So in the meantime, thank you so much and we hope to see you at 7.
1, you're live.
So welcome back to the Brentwood community and everybody else that's out there on behalf of the Board of Education, central administrators, and our wonderful district clerk and council. We apologize that we are late. This is a very, very, very energetic group. We are taking care of business on behalf of the community, and everything that we're doing is just so worth the conversation. It really is. So before I begin, I would like to ask everybody to please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
States of America,
to the republic,
the republic
which
which stands one
under
nation,
God,
God,
visible,
indivisible,
liberty, and justice for all. We are now on item A3 on the first page of our agenda. Before we move in that direction, I would like to congratulate, on behalf of the entire board, the district, and the community, our newly re-elected board trustees. Trustee Julie Burgos, congratulations.
Thank you.
Trustee Cindy Safiri,
Pleasure.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Trustee Eileen Felix, who's not with us, congratulations. Wonderful, wonderful. I will now move to A3, special recognition. Mr. Lochner, this is all yours.
Okay, actually, we're going to invite in, and so before I speak, we'll invite them in. You're gonna invite in Jordan and Anthony Jimenez. All right. We're just.
Hello.
Hey, Anthony, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Hello.
Do you have your camera, Anthony?
I do. I'm obviously not showing myself. Hold on.
Hello?
Hey, Jordan, how you doing?
Good.
Hello.
You?
Hello. Mr. Va.
I can barely hear you.
All right, Anthony, do you hear us?
I can hear you. I'm trying to access my camera. I'm sorry.
That's quite all right.
Jordan's
All right.
much better looking.
You know what, Anthony, maybe we'll just, we'll start like this,
Okay.
okay? So I'm just going to introduce Mr. Jimenez. We have Jordan Riley and his mom and dad with us. I'm going to just speak real briefly. Jordan, this is actually an honor that we have never had here in the Brentwood community. And it's really, it couldn't happen to a nicer gentleman. Jordan is just a terrific kid, as well as obviously a fabulous basketball player. But if I could also spend a moment about his family, both his mom and dad are just terrific people, obviously wonderful parents. He has successful siblings as well. So they are the complete package. So we could not ask for a better ambassador to the Brentwood community than Jordan Riley. And I now am going to turn it over to Jordan's coach for the last number of years, Mr. Jimenez, who we also have to thank because he has built a program that really is second to none. We have a tremendous program for the last number of years because of athletes like Jordan, but also because of the dedication of Mr. Jimenez. So this is really exciting. Maybe Mr. Jimenez can spend some time just describing this award and also his experiences with Jordan over the last number of years. So, Mr. Jimenez?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for having me on. First, one thing that I want to say right from the beginning is I don't think that anybody gets to the heights of where Jordan has gotten unless you have the support system that he has at home. His parents have always been terrific. They believed in him from the very beginning. I am grateful that they trusted me with him from the time I met Jordan's dad in 6th grade. And this whole journey has been, it's been terrific for us as a program. It's, Jordan has come in from day one and really established himself as one of the hardest working kids we've ever had in the program. He, he gives his all every day, but more than just basketball, he really has become an incredible student in school. His teachers have nothing but great things to say about him all the time. This season, as short as it was, this was his senior season. The even last year, all these kids deserves a better ending than the 2020 ending. But Jordan has never allowed anything to distract him. He's got an incredible focus, incredible commitment, and incredible work ethic. And as a result, he just keeps grinding. He never lets anything distract him from his ultimate goals, which is really a tremendous compliment. The New York State Mr. Basketball Award is an award that is given through the Coaches Association, the New York State Basketball Coaches Association of New York. And you have to get a recommendation from his coach, but it's the coaches in Suffolk County and Nassau County that's supported by voting. And all of them have really, in an era where everybody wants to get something for their own kid, I really have to commend the coaches in the county and Long Island in particular that they stood behind Jordan and voted for him because they know what kind of a player he is and what kind of a person he is. And I really am appreciative of that.
Well, you also, I don't know if you're leaving that to me, but I want to just, before we turn it over to Jordan, I think he's going to, a pretty good school next year, which is also, I think, Mr. Jimenez, I think this might be the first time we've ever sent a basketball player to, and I'll let you say the college because it's just so outstanding.
Georgetown University. He will be a Hoya next year.
That in itself is just, I think this is, as long as I've been here, I don't know if we've ever had a player go to Georgetown University. It is absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. And it was a beautiful ceremony last year, Mr. Jimenez. I know Mom and Dad were there. Jordan was there. Mr. O'Reilly at the time, the athletic director, was there. And it was just wonderful to see how Jordan told the whole community, as well as the news media, about his choice to go to Georgetown, because he had lots and lots of choices. So really, really proud of him for that. And obviously, you mentioned he was a great student. You can't go to Georgetown, even to play basketball, if you're not a tremendous student as well. So congratulations. So let's turn it over to Jordan. You didn't know you had to speak, did you, Jordan?
It's like, what?
Can you hear?
Yep.
Oh,
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, you're New York Mr. Basketball. So congratulations, young man. This is a great honor. Great honor.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Mom and Dad? How proud are you?
I'm
Very proud.
Yeah. It was kind of like unexpected, and you know what? Shout out to the Brentwood community, because it was just, Anthony always talks about, Jordan being a tremendous student, but you know what? It took a village. And, I called you and I thank you, and I wanted you to tell all the members up there, it wasn't just with Jordan. From when my girls were in the school,
right,
from the littlest problems that we had, they were addressed right then and there. And when they needed something was given to them right then and there. You know what? I can't say they're only going to Suffolk to Farmingdale, because you know what? There's a lot of kids that just don't make it that far. But not only are they in Suffolk and Farmingdale, but their averages, I think, Natalia's at 3.8.
something like that. Yeah.
You know, and then Dominique is like a 3-5.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And you know, they both work. So just imagine, you know, even during COVID, that, you know, they worked and still held up those averages. And that's a testament to the Brentwood community. So as far as Jordan is concerned, thank you. Thank you. Because it took a village.
Wow.
It
thank you.
does.
Thank you.
You're right. You're absolutely
Yeah,
right.
really outstanding. Plus, Jordan gets to, I'm sure everybody knows this name, but Jordan gets to play for Patrick Ewing, which is a former Knick and one of my favorite players of all time. So, I mean, just,
Nice.
I cannot wait to watch next year. It's going to be so exciting.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I road trips.
Yeah.
Well, it's not so bad. You know, the West, staying on the East Coast is was good. So it's not so far to travel.
That's right.
Not. There's a lot of games to catch up. You have St. John. You have University of Yukon, Providence. You know, that's just taking a boat. You're there. You know.
So, Mr. Loshner, I have a question, or actually, I have a question. Mr. New York State basketball, what number did you play under in the high school this year?
12.
12.
12.
Listen, I'm thinking that maybe number 12, that
You
number 12
retire it.
jersey needs to be hanging somewhere, and we need a recognition that says, you know, Mr. New York State basketball player of the year, and there needs to be something that makes this moment endure beyond our lifetimes, because this is incredibly special. So I'm thinking that, you know, you could probably start selling autographs now, because, you know, listen, I just, you know, I you know, card, you know, whatever it is that's happening. So Mr. Lotion, is that something that maybe we could consider, like, you know, it
Oh, absolutely.
up in the rafters, up, you know, Jordan, I mean, how do you feel about that?
Yeah.
All right.
He's speechless.
All right. A man of
think he
many
likes it.
words, man. That's it.
Yes.
Our
All right.
new,
Well, I
Very
could
good
tell
idea.
you, well, I could tell you the rest of Suffolk County is glad that he is graduating. They're not going to miss him, that's for sure. They're happy
Jimenez,
for him, but they're happy he graduated.
Mr. Jimenez, what do you think about that idea? Like, you know, it's your program.
yeah, I think it's a wonderful idea. I know Mr. Herrera and I have already spoken about getting a banner put up with Jordan's name on it, and it's truly well deserved.
Great.
And I
That's,
want, you know, I know Mr. Loescher mentioned Patrick Ewing, but, you know, I want to really give credit to, you know, Coach Orr, who is Patrick Ewing's assistant, who is Patrick Ewing's mentor in the NBA. You know, Coach Orr and I have known each other for 15 years. And, you know, when I called and asked him to take a look at Jordan, you know, he did so with an open mind and an open heart. And I think those two men are going to be great mentors for Jordan in the years to come.
Definitely. Most definitely.
great. Listen, congratulations, sir, on behalf of the board, on behalf of administration, staff, and this entire community. Wish you well. And Mom and Dad, you did some really good work.
yes.
Back
Congratulations.
to Mom and Dad.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Okay, Brentwood to Georgetown.
Right.
Not bad.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye,
Thank you.
Mr. Basketball.
Thank you.
Jimenez,
Bye-bye.
Good
Bye,
luck.
guys.
Bye.
Mr. Loshner, we have another presentation. This one's all yours also.
We do. We'll just get, all right, Mr. Snell, is Mr. Snell out there?
Yep, he's coming.
All right. This one is also, I'm really excited about this, because this is, we have really a hero in our midst. But let me, all right. Hey, Mr. Snell, how you doing? Can you hear us, Mr. Snell?
He's connected to audio now.
All right.
You can hear me?
Yeah,
Yep.
we can hear you.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Evening.
Good evening, Board of Education and Superintendent Lochner and others. I thank you for giving me this distinct honor of recognizing a Laurel Park hero. This hero's name is Mrs. Samina Gull. She's been a school monitor at Laurel Park since October
Mr.
2019.
Snell, can I
Yeah.
just interrupt? Whatever you did to your camera has completely
Oh, you
removed
can't
your.
see me?
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Paper in front of
All right. My apologies.
No, not a problem.
Okay, so she's been a school monitor since 2019. On this fair day, Thursday, May 6th. Hey, Mrs. Gull.
Hey, Mrs. Gall.
Mrs. Gull was doing her typical job, supervising our precious children during lunch. Fifth grade was eating at the time, and since there's usually not a lot of assistance needed opening things or assisting them during lunch, she monitors the children. While watching the children actively by moving around the cafeteria, she noticed a student who began gasping and turning red. She remembers him eating cheese bites. Mrs. Gull immediately went into action. She quickly approached the student and instinctively began doing the Heimlich maneuver. Mrs. Gull simultaneously called a teacher who also supervises the cafeteria over. The teacher, Ms. Donna Felicio, arrived on the scene instantaneously. As soon as Ms. Felicio reached Mrs. Gull and the student, the cheese bite flew out of the child's mouth. Mrs. Gull then rushed the child off to the nurse's office where nurse Christine Edney examined the child. Thank God the child was fine. And he insisted on staying in school to finish off the school day. Mrs. Gull's heroic action was that of a superhero. She has not been formally trained on how to do the Heimlich maneuver. In fact, besides crediting God, she stated that it's the Heimlich maneuver posters that are hung all around the cafeteria that taught her how to do it. Please, Board of Education and Superintendent Lochner, join me in recognizing Mrs. Samina Gull as a true Laurel Park hero.
All right, beautiful, Mrs. Snell.
Thank you, everyone.
Very, very proud of her.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank
Yes,
you.
thank
Wow.
Thank you.
You're a hero.
Ms. Gull, would you like to just express yourself and just tell us, what that moment was like? How it was that you just instinctively just jumped into action?
Before I was too scared because my leg is shaking and my tear is coming from my eyes, but I still do there and I still try to pushing the tummy and that. I try myself, but it's work and the guy is safe now. It's good. I feel good after this. And thanks for everyone. They appreciate me too much. It's really good for me.
Very good. Very good.
It's the first time. It's the first time happening. That's why before I was scared.
You're heroic and humble.
Thank you.
Very humble and
Thank you.
kind.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Great.
Wonderful. Mr.
Thank
Lochner, I
you.
mean, are we sending out, blouses that have S's on them? I mean, is this what
Yes.
happens next? It's Superwoman, Superman, it's all starts with an S, and maybe the red and the blue, and is because we're hanging Jordans.
That's right.
So there needs to be a good
equivalent.
follow-up.
Yes, and Mrs. Gull, you really are an amazing person. And as you know, Julie said, you are humble, and really, we are so thankful that even though you were frightened, and I can understand that completely, I would be as well, you still acted, which is pretty remarkable. You didn't freeze, and you actually went into action and you did it. And I can't tell you how thankful we are. And obviously, it could have been a tragedy. Because students do choke. Unfortunately, across this country, every day there are students who choke. And because you acted so quickly, even though you were afraid, I completely understand that. You actually did save his life which is
Yeah.
really remarkable.
Ms. Go, on behalf of all of the parents who send their kids into our schools, trusting that they are going to be in good hands, we all thank you for doing exactly what we would want for our own children. So wonderful, and many blessings to you and your family.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gall.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Snell,
you.
thank you for
Thank you,
such
Mr.
a
Snell.
wonderful story.
You're
Yeah.
welcome,
Good
Mr.
story,
Feliciano
pal.
and the board.
Yeah.
Great seeing everyone. Take care.
Bye now.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
I think we're done here. I think we just go home now. Like, isn't that like this?
Yeah,
Not
can we-
this. Isn't it like? So, okay, so
The fun
let's
part.
go to the consent agenda. Should I have a motion? Be it resolved that the
Okay.
following items be approved: B1A through B1M. Could I have a motion, please?
Okay.
Uh,
Oh, wait.
Wait.
What,
B1M?
is that,
no, that's not. The next one is one that we're going to explain on the environmental. Yep.
okay,
Yep. So I
Yes.
have that noted.
all right. Motion for the B1,
B1A through
A through M.
B1M. Yep.
Motion.
second,
Can I have a second? Trustee Gonzalez first, trustee Burgos second. All in favor?
Aye.
aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. With the next item, B2A through B2P.
Well,
Miss,
A is
Miss,
dismissed.
yes, there is a question from a community member on the B2B in terms of the environmental issues that are being referenced here. Ms. O'Connor, I know that I forwarded that question to you earlier in the day. I do believe that you reached out to the engineer. Could you explain what it is that is happening with this? And specifically, I could see the trouble with the language in terms of, be it resolved that the Board of Education officially makes its determination of non-significance, negative declaration. Could you just tell us what that's about?
Absolutely. When you have a secret resolution, as we do, that stands for the State Environmental Quality Review Act. That looks at the project as a whole that we'll be doing and the impact it will have on or might have on the community itself. So it looks at some of the
Environmental, I'm sorry to interrupt, environmental impact, right?
environmental justice impacts it may or may not have. So it would look at, is there a potential to create air quality issues, or is there an endangered species in the area that might be disrupted, or water quality issues, or will it increase traffic patterns within the area? So if we think about Heartland project, and when they were going through their approvals, they had to do a traffic study because it would bring more cars there, and a septic study because building so many apartments, may have an impact on the septic. What we're saying with this SECRA action is that we don't anticipate any kind of change in traffic patterns or air quality or water quality issues, and there are no endangered species in the area. It doesn't take the burden off of us, though, on each individual project, which might require testing. For instance, if we redo a bathroom, as we said, we're going to look at the Ross bathrooms and reduce an upstairs bathroom there, girls and boys. When we take the tile off the wall and renovate, the mastic usually has to be abated. So we still have to do testing on that and do any kind of air quality monitoring or anything that our environmental consultant would help us with and would arrange for any kind of testing and remediation as necessary. Same is true with a boiler. Sometimes you have to look at the elbows of the pipes and maybe you have to do some testing and abatement there. So what the resolution is saying is there's no major impact on the community, but the smaller projects, the individual projects, are still subject to any environmental testing as necessary, as deemed by our environmental consultant. So I hope that clears it up a little bit.
So, Ms. O'Connor, I mean, so just to, again, trying to just use layman's terms, so we will be testing for asbestos, we will be testing for lead, we will not be overlooking any of those things that would be harmful to any of the people present.
We're talking the ground. No, we're talking like the fields. That's what this is really about.
Yeah, well, just,
There's soil testing as well if
Yeah,
you're going into a
that's-
field, absolutely, yep.
Yeah,
And
but
it's
my
very
concern,
strict what we have to test and then possibly abate or not.
so I have a question, then why are we sort of like waiving our ability to have the study conducted by the state agency? We're saying we're taking it upon ourselves to say that there is going to be no impact. My concern is that how can we really guarantee that? I know you said, everything's going to be tested that needs to be tested along the way, but we're kind of saying right here in this resolution that we're saying there is a determination of non-significance without that having taken place yet. I'm just concerned, and this is a piece, and I know Cindy mentioned the field. I think the indoor projects, like you say, we always have to do the abatement for asbestos and, we shield
Well,
the
that's
buildings
different, exactly.
and
that's
whatever
different.
else. Right, but when, the fields are outside, and I looked at the application, the paperwork that was sent in, it even talked about moving the field, which we really haven't discussed. Okay, but when you start breaking ground and moving field, we've had a lot of environmental issues around us in this community, and my
Well,
concern
years ago, let me
is that
put it out
once
there,
we break
right.
ground, we don't know if there might be an impact, if if we might be running into something that could potentially be harmful. And, I'm thinking, I know you're going to mention Liberty, and I'm thinking Roberto Clemente. We've had so
Yep.
many different things around us, and specifically around the high school area as well, where we might be doing the field renovations. So I just would feel safer having, following the protocol that we can follow instead of choosing not to and possibly having some fallout later on.
But here's the thing about it, is that from my experience, if there is something that is of significance, if something is a concern, you have to do it anyway. You have to go ahead and test. So basically the reason why I was okay with this is because, you're talking about, traffic patterns and air quality and that kind of stuff. All of this is internal on the grounds. There isn't anything that's really going to increase the traffic flow, increase any of those things that Ms. O'Connor had just referenced. And I think that that's what the most important piece to remember about this is that even if there is something that does come up, we're required to go ahead and test and do all those things correctly. Like it doesn't alleviate or diminish our responsibility to act appropriately.
Don't you think the community should have been in on this though, just in case? Because like I said, and I explained this to Stacy, years ago, and I'm sure you remember this if you're from Brentwood, Liberty, when they were dumping chemicals in the ground, that contaminated BYA. And that did go to the high school. And I just feel, I don't know. I just feel that, you want to start moving things, and I just think it's going to open up, and I think the community should be involved and know about this.
If I could just weigh in for a moment, there's actually no determination as to whether we will move a field or not right now, because we actually have to have companies come in to see if it's even feasible. Obviously, we're working with our architect as well and our engineers to see if in fact we can even move.
Well, that's what I wanted to know too.
It's on the application though, that we was sent as, backup info.
Right.
For this.
Yeah, the diagrams and et cetera. But, we're a long way from that point, to determine exactly where any fields could be located. And the community, Cindy, the community is involved in that. We made a presentation, I guess it's about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, on June 3rd. I was going to tell the board in exec session, but on June 3rd at our next hearing, we're also going to make a presentation as to how we are going to spend the American Recovery Plan that just came out, the two federal monies, the CRSSA and the ARP. We actually have to present to the community our plans for the next year on how we're going to spend that money. And at that point, obviously, people can ask questions about it, and obviously the board will as well. So the community will be involved and know beforehand, prior to any additional fields that are being put in, fields that are moved, anything that's done internal, like the bathrooms, the boilers, windows, for example, anything else, the community will be aware of that prior to us even moving forward with any of this.
Right, but that's a separate issue. I mean, then is there a time issue why we need to have this on the agenda today and not wait until that meeting that we're having on the 3rd, which is just a couple of weeks away? Is there a time element that we need to be aware of? Otherwise, maybe we can table this until we have that discussion.
There is a timing issue because you have to have the secret resolution passed before the projects are approved, and the projects are approved with our acceptance of the budget tonight.
Right.
Okay, so what if we wanted to have the discussion to have exercise the option of the coordinated review instead of not exercising it? Is that a conversation that we can have? Like, what would that entail? Is it going to be more costly to do that? Is that the reason why we're not having the other, state agencies review this?
It would be obviously more costly, and it would take a lot more time as well. I can assure you that.
Right, but down the road, I'm worrying about down the road. Like,
Mhm.
God forbid something like is wrong and we're gonna have kids in the school, and if it's in the air, and we don't,
So kind of what
I'm
we're
a
going
little
to ensure.
concerned, without revealing, of course, the identity of the community member who shared the concern with us. They did state that they had some, a diagnosis of cancer that was related back to environmental issues. Clearly not saying it's our fault, but I just want to avoid any kind of possibility in the future that anything could be linked back to possibly being related to projects that were conducted by us.
So kind of what
I
were you
think
going to
if I
assure?
could just say, all of the internal projects, as Ms. O'Connor said, all of the testing will be done, just as we've abated bathrooms, really virtually every single year. For example, we've worked in different buildings, and we've gone through all of the testing and the air quality control measures that all need to be taken. We've done all of that. The exterior of the building, we're not just talking about this, we're also talking about putting in playgrounds, sensory playgrounds at 2 schools. We'll also do any type of ground quality control that needs to be, done before we undertake that. And we'll do the same here at the high school if we're going to repair or change any of the fields. And all of the studies that I think are required, I think we're going to do. It's just this, it does expedite it a little bit.
So what about the changing of the portable classrooms to permanent structures? Where do we stand in terms of the timeline for that? Because that I know was submitted with the technology, I'm sorry, the name evades me right now.
Smart
But,
schools.
yes,
Yeah, the
that
smart
was
schools.
the smart schools that has already been approved, and we're just kind of waiting, I guess, for that to go through the state before we can start working on that. Will that be a separate, because that I could see as an issue where we're going to now be, breaking ground and building foundations for new buildings.
Well, that's one of the exciting, components of this, Julie, is that we're actually going to be, doing some of the necessary work prior to those classrooms being built. And we're actually, fortunate to receive this federal money, which will allow us to work on the septic systems, which was really the holdup. One of the reasons we couldn't move forward with the building of the classrooms, for example, at the high school and the freshman center, is because of the issues surrounding the septic system. So this is a really great opportunity for us to do the necessary work to the septic systems, and then we can now start with the classrooms and utilize that money from the Smart Schools bond. But Stacy, anything?
What are we looking at in terms of timelines? Because I really still would feel safer just going through not waiving our ability to go through the regular review process, even if it took an extra month or 2.
If we just go back to those classrooms, on the Smart Schools bond, replacing the portables, not only did we have to do a septic study to find out if the septic, if we had the right capacity there to add on the classrooms, even though we're taking away portables, we're not adding any, square footage to the building, but we also had to do test soil borings you know, in the area where we're going to build the classroom. And that's exactly what we're going to have to do for this, you know, the projects coming up. So even though we did a type 2 SECRA for the classrooms, meaning we didn't have to do any of the testings, we're doing something similar here. I shouldn't say it. It doesn't mean we don't have to do the testings. Obviously, we still have to. What we're saying in the SECRA is it's not a big community impact. We're not going to change a traffic pattern. We're not going to change the air quality, you know, in the community. We're still going to have to do those soil borings, you know, and you know, other environmental testing. We have our company, JC Broderick, who's been our partner in this, and they've just been outstanding. Whenever
I know
we
who
have
they are. They are
questions.
good.
Yeah, they're terrific.
I'm getting a message from, I got a few of them, and they're basically the same. How can people ask questions if you turn off the comments?
Send them into the district clerk, please.
No, they want to talk. They want to go back and forth. They just don't want, they want you to answer right away. That's what they're basically saying.
Can we allow time for them to send them in so we can have that discussion before we vote?
Oh, listen, let's separate this, right? Have a separate, move this as a separate voting item. We'll move this out of
let's
the
move it away from the
agenda,
consent
and we'll
agenda.
have it as a separate voting item.
And
you have
can
to
we move
bring
it to
back
the
a
end
budget
so
vote
people
as
can have
well.
time to send in their questions then?
Sure, we'll have moved this as a separate voting item. Let's get on with the agenda. We have to, so we're going to remove B2B from the consent agenda.
You also have to remove
And,
B2C then.
Okay, B2B and B2C.
Yep.
Oh, because of the projects and the budget. that you
Yep.
just said.
The
So
timing matters.
B2B and B2C will be removed from the consent agenda. Please, please make a note that B2O was amended. Remember, I said it at the top of the meeting when we opened up at 5. B2O should also read, we're adding a scholarship donation.
Okay, before we vote, also, I'd like some clarification on some of the other items.
Sure, so let me just finish this with this. So B2O will have an additional scholarship item, and that is seal of biliteracy for $500. Okay, any questions on the?
Oh, I have questions on several of these items. B2K through B through K and B through L, I guess. The teacher opportunity course service agreements with Oswego and Westbury. Could you explain what those are? Are these agreements that we have with these universities to funnel graduates from their teacher opportunity core program into our district as candidates for employment as a way of diversifying our staff? Or is this something else? Because I know that these programs train, you know, minority students, and if they're going, you know, specifically teachers, so it would be a viable way to bring candidates of color into our district. Is that what this is about, or is it about PD or something else?
No. It's about that. It's exactly that, and it's one of the you know, the things that we've undertaken to try to foster relationships with different colleges and universities.
Yes. No. Okay. Absolutely agree and applaud that for us. And my other question is on B2N. Can we table this? This was taken off it's the 9240 recruiting and hiring policy. It was taken off the last agenda. And we just received some information 2 days ago, I believe, maybe 1 day ago, a letter from BIPSL in regards to this, and we've never really discussed it or discussed the changes. Since it's put back on, usually we do have a month to review the policy and any changes and then vote on it. Can we put it on for information only for this month and then vote on it next month?
Ms.
So
Virgo,
my motion is to table B2N.
Is there a second to table B2N?
Yes, because we did receive another letter attached to this.
Okay, so now we can go into discussion. So the items that were brought up by that letter, Ms. Gomez, if They were forwarded to our labor attorney and to our general counsel for review. So when I got them, I did send them to council, and they did respond. Ms. Gomez, if you can elaborate, I'm sorry that Mr. Locke is not here.
Sure, absolutely. So it's my understanding that the revised policy 9240 was actually sent to the bargaining units on May 3rd. And pursuant to board policy 2410, any revisions or comments that they had in response to that policy needed to be received within 10 days. We did not get the comments back until yesterday, which was May 19th. So it appears that their responses were past the deadline. In other words, they missed the deadline. Nevertheless, the comments were still sent to the policy committee. And at this point, it is before the board for approval unless the board chooses to table it. But I just wanted to make you aware that those comments from BIPSO were actually received after the deadline had expired.
Ms. Gomez, so can you, I know that we had some conversation afterwards. In sum and substance, is it fair to say that the comments that came to the district, it's the belief of council that they, can you speak to the merits of the, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Can you speak to the merits of what was presented by that letter? I don't know if it's even possible to talk about it in public, to tell you the truth.
Okay. You know, I have a problem that we just met for 3 hours and this didn't come up and now we're expected to vote on it. Like, I think that's a significant issue that we should discuss as a board.
We are discussing this. We are discussing this now.
All right. Well, my motion still stands to table it. Go ahead.
And yeah, so in terms of discussion, can you speak to the sum and substance, the merit of what it is that we're talking about, Ms. Gomez?
Yes, I will respond only by saying that the proposed revisions that we received from BIPSO were reviewed by myself as general counsel and by Neil Block as labor counsel, and we are both in agreement that there is nothing in the policy that violates the collective bargaining agreement with BIPSO.
Okay, and that's fair enough. So there is a motion on the table to table. Second motion by Burgos, second by Safiri. Let's do a roll call. Ms. Gonzalez.
No.
Ms. Moore.
No.
I'm a no. Ms. Safiri.
I'm tabling it.
Okay. Yes. Ms. Burgos.
Yes.
Ms. Holder Daniel.
No.
Motion failed. So now any other questions on the agenda?
Can we separate that one, please? I want to ask to separate B2N. Thank you.
So we are separating B2N as a separate vote. We are separating B2B and B2N. We have
B2C, Stacy said, right?
B2B,
yes.
B2C.
B2B and B2C.
Yep, B2B, B2C, and B2N.
Oh.
Yep. So, and we've also acknowledged the amendment of B2O with the seal of biliteracy for $500. With that being said, could I have a motion to approve?
Could I just interrupt you, Ms. Feliciano? I apologize. Can we verify B2C?
It has to come out.
Okay, the school budget.
It has to be. It has to be. Oh, no. I'm sorry. No, not B2C. Ms. O'Connor?
Yeah, you have to do the secret resolution before you accept the projects, and the projects are in the budget. So.
Budget.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's why.
So
Okay,
wait,
so-
does that mean that if we don't approve the secret, that we can approve the budget?
Or
I
if
think you
approve
have to
the budget.
explain this, Ms. O'Connor, because what we had was in the budget, we had that budget transfer. Is that what
We had
you're
a
referring
transfer
to?
to capital for all of the projects that we had presented at the budget hearing, and we had talked about at previous meetings as well. So
Right.
in order to do those projects, a secret resolution has to be approved before the projects are approved. by the board. So the order of those two resolutions matter. So if we don't accept the secra, then I've never delayed the vote on a successful, on any budget really. So I
Right.
don't know the ramifications of that. Maybe Ms. Gomez can help with that.
So I have a question though, before we move forward. I'm not saying what I don't approve of is of us taking it upon ourselves to say that there is negative impact, right? The negative declaration without having some outside agency kind of certify that for us. Isn't it
This-
possible to still do that
Well, this
and
was
approve
put,
the budget?
the resolution was put together with our architect and engineers input. So they already looked at this. And the resolution was also run by our attorneys as well. So it's not that the board is putting forth this resolution without any outside consultation. So it's been reviewed by an architect and an engineer. And absolutely, you could always, decide to pause something and do an additional study if you think there's merit to that.
Oh,
Absolutely.
you can do that. Okay.
Oh, okay. So that changes everything.
And online, then from the New York State DEC website, it basically says that, the legislator has made secret self-enforcing, that each agency of government is responsible to see that it meets its own obligation to comply, to make sure that all the studies and anything that you need in regards to your project, right? I mean, I've seen these before. It's not the first time we've done it.
No, the secrets, no, we've done that before.
But
Okay,
never
so
for this larger scale, I think.
Well, each project though will be in isolation though. I think
Mhm.
that's important to know, Julie, that each project will stand on its own. And as Ms. O'Connor said, that if the board feels it's necessary to do additional testing prior to a project, we can still do that.
All right.
Okay.
Well, they're still separated, right? So we're going to vote on each one separately.
they're only separated because that's what the consensus is. If you
Right.
feel more comfortable now, we could
No, I
put those
still would
in.
want them separated. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. So then B2A through B2P as amended, and we are removing B2B, B2C, and B2N. Could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion by trustee Moore. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second.
Second by trustee Burgos. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. Now we're going to go to the first separated item, and that is B2B. As proposed on the agenda, could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion by trustee Gonzalez Prescott. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by trustee Holder Daniel. All in favor?
Aye.
I abstain.
Yeah, I
Abstention.
abstain.
Abstention. So a no. Abstentions. 2 abstentions. So moved. B2C. As proposed on the agenda, standalone item. Could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion by trustee Maria Gonzalez Prescott. Second, please.
Second.
Second by trustee Safiri. All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. B2N, as proposed on the agenda as a standalone item. Could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Trustees Holder Daniel has the motion. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by trustee Gonzalez Prescott. All in favor?
I
Aye.
abstain.
Opposed? Abstentions?
I abstain.
Abstention
I
by
abstain.
trustee Burgos, abstention by trustee Safiri. So moved.
Mr. Feliciano,
Yes.
could you just clarify that last vote was for B2M as in Mary, is that correct?
No,
No.
B2,
N like
B2,
Nancy.
N as in Nancy.
N as in
And as
Nancy.
in
Okay.
Nancy.
N as in Nancy, yep.
Thank you.
1 second.
So we are now going into the C items. Actually, no, we did the C items. We're not going into, I'm sorry, we didn't do the C items.
No, we didn't.
Could I have a motion for C1A and C1B on the consent agenda, please?
Motion.
Motion by trustee Safiri. Could I have a second?
Second.
Second by trustee Gonzalez Prescott. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. We are now going to D items. D1A, appointments, resignations, and leaves of certificated personnel as proposed on the agenda. Could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion by trustee Moore. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second.
Second by trustee Safiri. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. We have D1B, which was another item that was amended. Just for your own recollection, we added 22, items number 22 and 23. 22 being Joan Cortez, CORTES, computer lab assistant, new position, start date is to be determined. Number 23 is Nusrat, NUSRAT, Khan, KHAN, computer lab assistant, new position, effective date to be determined. Could I have a motion as amended, please?
Motion.
Motion by trustee Holder Daniel. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by trustee Safiri. All in favor?
I abstain,
Aye.
Robert. I abstain.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
I abstain.
Trustee Burgos abstains. So moved. D1C. 2021-2022 N-SSDA budget. 2021-2022 N-SSBA slate of officers and executive committee members as proposed on the agenda. Could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion.
Motion by trustee Burgos. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by trustee Gonzalez Prescott. All in favor?
Aye.
What
Aye.
number? What
Or
number was
D1C.
that, Drew? I'm sorry.
D1C.
D1C.
Let's see. Okay, sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. D1D, approval of additional work days for Mr. Jose Suarez, substitute administrator. Could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion by trustee Safiri. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by trustee Burgos. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. D1E, approval of workdays for Mr. Kevin O'Reilly, retired administrator. As proposed on the agenda, could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion by trustee Gonzalez Prescott. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by trustee Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. D1F, approval of workdays for Miss Marilyn Freed Fuerte, retired administrator, as proposed on the agenda. Could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion by trustee Holder Daniel. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by trustee Burgos.
I abstain.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I abstain.
Abstentions? Trustee Superior abstains. Motion so moved. D1G, Juneteenth resolution as proposed on the agenda. Could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion.
Motion by trustee Gonzalez Prescott. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by trustee Holder Daniel. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. D1H, approval of workdays for Mr. Frank Hark, retired administrator, as proposed on the amended agenda. Could I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion by trustee Moore. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by trustee Safiri. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Abstention? So moved. E1A, student enrollment figures as proposed on the agenda. And there are miscellaneous items on F16. Mr. Lochner, I know it's been a very, very long meeting, but is there anything that you want to add, you want to close with in terms of G1A, old or new business?
Okay, yeah, you know what? I'll just take a few minutes. I sent out something to the community tonight, but I'll just remind everyone again that tomorrow the speech and hearing department will actually have a really wonderful event over at East Middle School. It will be kind of a drive-by, if I'm not mistaken, it'll be out in the parking lot. But there will be games and activities and goodie bags, and as many families as would, anybody who would like to, they could just drive through the parking lot and spend some time over at East Middle School tomorrow from 4 to 6. And then I am going to end up with just something that we're really excited about, and I'll hold it up to the community, and then I'll show you. It's actually it's really what amounts to 4 pages, but this one I have front and back. And this is our elementary and secondary summer school enrichment programs that I had promised to the board and to the community that the cabinet, administrators, and teachers would work together in order to put together really a very vibrant and lively summer enrichment program for really every student, K through 11. Those would be incoming 12th graders. Really, I'm real excited about the opportunities for families. So just, I can't possibly read all of these things, but we are going to post these on the website. We'll put them also on Parent Square. There will be applications for parents to go through and choose for their child which one they would like to be in. So for instance, I'm just looking at right now, we have a Super Summer Academy, which is going to it's for grades 1 through 5. It's taking place over at North Elementary in Loretta Park. We have the Brentwood STEAM Enrichment Camp. That's back also. That's for students entering 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade. That's going to be over at Oak Park. Jumpstart Kindergarten. Entering grade 1, so many things that are going on. We have music programs, summer music program, a 5-day summer music program, and a 4-week summer music program. We have bilingual and ENL parent and student engagement. I'm sorry, that jumped in there. That's actually, I'm sorry, that's right. We have parent and student engagement for bilingual and ENL families. We have the League of Stars. It's just amazing all of the opportunities that we're having this summer. We normally have a very vibrant summer, but this time we really beefed it up so we can really have as many kids involved this summer. And there's 1-week camps, there's 3-week camps, 4-week camps, and 5-week camps. Special education also has a number of programs running. Bilingual ENL, SIFE, also a number. We also have some outside organizations also, helping us out this summer. For example, EOC will also have a little mini summer camp. So lots of things. The Bridge program over at the Freshman Center will also be occurring. And as well as the secondary summer school for 9th through 12th grade. All of these programs will be in person also, and there will be breakfast and lunch available for all of the students involved. So my message to the community, take a look at this when it's posted on Parent Square. Go through with your child. You'll also probably hear from your child's guidance counselor if there's really a program we think is necessary for a student to be involved in. For instance, grades 6 through 8. Many of the guidance counselors might reach out to families and say, hey, your son or daughter should do this summer if they have that opportunity. So there'll be lots of movement over the next few weeks towards our really vibrant summer programs.
Thank you, Mr. Lochner. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So to all the board members, thank you so much for all the time that we
Mr.
spent.
Feliciano, I just have something I'd like for Stacy to reiterate. I don't know if you want to call it old business or new business, because we just voted on it. But I'd like if Stacy, if you would just reiterate to the community how we can actually waive any, how we could actually ask for more information or an environmental study on each of those projects that we will be working on for the next year or so?
Absolutely, we can. We'd never put anybody's health, in the way of getting something done. We'd never put that at risk. So we could, the timing issue was just tonight and how we had to vote upon things. If we need to slow any projects down now to do additional testing, we can absolutely do that. And we will talk with J.C. Broderick, our environmental consultant, prior to doing any project to make sure that we are on target and doing everything we possibly can to keep everybody safe.
And Rich, can you discuss graduation? When is it? And yeah, any requirements or anything like that?
Thank you very much, Maria. Yeah, well, first I'll start at the lower levels. There'll be moving up ceremonies at every single school. They're all different types. So you'll have to, obviously each individual will post what's happening and contact the parents and students in their each individual school. That's the elementary schools as well as the middle schools. The high school, obviously, that's a biggie. The high school, we will have graduation. It will take place in person on June 28th, which is a Monday, and June 29th, which is a Tuesday. Currently, we have six total graduations, 3 on Monday, 3 on Tuesday, scheduled. The rain date is June 30th, which is that Wednesday. Now, I am actually meeting with all of the high school administration as well as Dr. Akil. We're meeting early next week because, as you guys know, there's been lots of changes recently with the CDC as well as with the governor and the New York State Department of Health. So, and we watch that closely in terms of requirements and in terms of the number of people that can actually gather outside. And also the square footage is also very meaningful. We obviously have a large football field, and you kind of incorporate that really from bleacher to bleacher. So we're looking at that. We're also looking at in terms of whether students need to be tested for the virus prior to the graduation. There are some requirements there that may or may not come into play. We'll have to keep the community posted on that. But right now it's June 28th and June 29th. Now I do
want to do it the same as last year, right?
We're going to do it the same way. I'm sorry, I didn't even say that, did I? I apologize. It will be every student will have 2 guests. Okay, so everybody will be seated. The graduate will be in the middle, and the parents or whomever they bring with them will be on either side, and that will be spaced out safely throughout the football field.
And if we have our vaccine, do we still have to get COVID tested?
Well, there's
a lot of people with the vaccine, get COVID tested, and they feel fine and they're coming up positive.
Right.
That wasn't required last year. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
No.
I was going to ask. Last year we had a graduation in the same way. Yeah, but I'm just saying that I don't know that that was a requirement last year. Is it a specific requirement by the state that students get tested?
Well, that's what that's why I said I have to keep I have to keep an eye on it because those things have come up. There are obviously requirements in terms of indoor events. This is an outdoor event, and you're right. Last year we didn't have to do that. However, I'm not sure if the rapid test was as readily available as it is now, because remember that was very early in the process. That might be part of it. I'm hoping, obviously,
and that is accurate.
What's
that? But if we have our
vaccine,
if we have our vaccine, then
that would waive, I believe, and that's another thing too, because I know districts are looking into that. Obviously, if you have a vaccine, that does, obviously that you're not
I
gonna
just find it odd
test
how you can go to a store and they say if you're vaccinated, you can come in without a mask, but how do they know? People could just say I'm vaccinated.
Exactly. Well,
I
these
still
are
can't
all-
figure that one out.
Right. These are all issues that I promise you will clarify in the next couple of days because, you know, we certainly don't want to, you know, do anything that's obviously against the rules. We followed the rules fairly closely over the last year and a half, and I want to continue to do that. So that's why I said I will, you know, along with the high school administration, let everybody know well in advance what exactly is required. It may not be anything, as Julie, you pointed out, there was no test last year. I'm hoping that is the case now. I do want to say, I do want to send an apology out to the community. We did have testing on site at Northeast Elementary last Tuesday from 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock. I did tell the county that we would have lots of people there. I don't think they were prepared for the number of families and students that showed up. And I do apologize to the families that had to wait in line. I know many of them waited in line and eventually did get the vaccine. They had to run back, actually get additional vaccines and come back to the campus. I do also know that there were parents and students who waited and didn't get the vaccine, and I do apologize for that. I want to let them know, though, I am looking into partnering with the county and having vaccinations on campus, hopefully in the next week to 2 weeks. We're working on that as well, and I'll let the community know. I have one more announcement too that we were discussing right before this meeting. I met with the cabinet, and it's about a card that every family is going to receive, and it will be almost like a little credit card that every student will receive in the district with no, there's no application or anything else. It is a card that will allow students and parents to take that card and go to a grocery store and shop for food items. Now, let me just turn it over to Stacy. She can tell us why we got it, which is something that this board was a big part of when we saw CEP 2 years ago. And this is one of the benefits that we get this for every student in the district. So, Stace?
Sure, it's a state initiative. It's called the Pandemic EBT Card. And we started this, the state did it last year, and they're doing it again this year. So because we joined that CEP, the community eligibility provision, where all of our students can eat breakfast and lunch for free, regardless of their financial status. Because we are qualified for CEP, all of our students are now qualified automatically to get this card. So it'll come to you in the mail as it did last year. I believe it comes in the children's name, so just look out for that. And yeah, it could be used in a grocery store, just like a debit card. You swipe it and, you know, it'll pay for a number of food items. There's usually a little ticket when you pick up an item. If you look at the little sticker below it, it'll say like EBT eligible or something like that. And you know that that item would then be covered by that card. And when it comes in the mail, it'll come with a letter to say exactly how much is on that card. It's not per family, it's per student. So if you have multiple students in the district, you'll get cards for each student. So just keep an eye out for that. We're just now working with the state to get that information to them. So it'll take a little bit before you get that card. So just again, you know, a month, 2 from now, just keep an eye out for it. And if we get any updates along the way, we'll certainly share that with you as well.
Right. We just didn't want people not to realize, you know, everybody gets a lot of mail and you might not realize that it's actually really quite beneficial.
Rich, one thing, Memorial Day event.
Wow, great. Another, that's right. We actually
And
really
before you
excited.
before you start, some of the flags have been starting to be hung on Washington Avenue.
Yep.
I think they've started one. If you can tell everybody about that.
Yeah, we're really, this was really something that I know Ms. Safiri was involved in this as whether.
Mr. Como did all the
And
legwork. He did all
I'm
the
going to
work.
mention him. I'm not going to forget this time. And Andy Como really has spearheaded this. It's really a wonderful initiative, very thoughtful. What they've done, if you go up Washington Avenue, north of Suffolk Avenue, on the poles, you will see a banner for each one of the fallen soldiers that Brentwood has sent to foreign wars, beginning with the Vietnam War. And I believe there's 22 of our community members who have died for their country. So we actually are, they're putting them on.
I think there's only 1 or 2 up right now. So
I-
you will see them all the week of Memorial Day.
Yeah, I think Andy, he texted me today, the first one was up. Now,
Yes.
simultaneously, they also bought 2x3 posters that are going to be strung up, they're going to be hung up right behind the Vietnam Memorial at the high school, which is really a beautiful memorial if you ever have a chance to see it. And on Memorial Day, we will have a ceremony there, but you'll also have an opportunity for a couple of weeks to pass by to see the banners, the duplicate banners. They're just a little bit smaller, 2x3.
You need
Mr.
to see
Lawson,
them. They're beautiful. They're
Really
absolutely beautiful.
Mr. Losh, can that memorial at the high school, can that be made permanent the same way the other one is? Because to me, temporary is wonderful, but to have something permanent, same way we did for our Vietnam young people that passed away during that war, that would be something really special too. We could put one either on the other side or one next to it, but something to make it permanent.
Yeah, well, we'll have to look into that. These banners, the vision of like I said, Andy Como and the VFW Hall, their vision was just to get these banners and put them up for a couple of weeks surrounding Memorial Day. And they also, like I said, they donated the 2x3s to the high school. But we could certainly, you know, talk about other memorials. I know the ROTC, what we've spoken about is, you know, we almost speak about it every year, and I know they're moving towards it. It's called the Wall of Heroes, which obviously then would, you know, be a beautiful memorial to these soldiers.
Yeah.
I mean, West Middle has one, which is really nice.
And West Middle
I just have
has
one more quick thing. My nephew's school, he goes to school upstate, and what they did, they have a digital sign, and it doesn't just say congratulations of class of 2021. It runs through all of the names of the graduates. Is that something we can do?
Our pub does that too.
Yeah, can we do that also?
We actually talked about that last year. We can't do pictures because it actually wouldn't do justice to the pictures.
Right,
But
just
we
even the name would be good.
Yeah, I you know, I think I'd have to talk to Stacy because she actually you know, does it outside. The names we could do, the pictures, I think it would do a disjustice and injustice to the pictures.
Yeah, it's hard to format those pictures to get them onto the board. You know, we could maybe do a couple, but you know, any large amount.
I think the name would be good.
name.
If people drive
Oh,
down
the
and
sign
look
for
and
sure.
see the name and
I
it
mean, the
runs
name for
through.
sure.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, and he just messaged me, there'll be 39 flags of heroes on Washington Avenue.
Great.
That's outstanding. If that was Andy, please tell him thank you.
Yes, yes.
And thank you for all of us.
And they are. Wait till you see them. They're beautiful. I mean, he got the pictures of the guys who passed, and it's beautiful.
And I apologize.
It's
I
really-
think I said it began with the Vietnam War, and I just realized it's also World War II, and I apologize.
Yep.
It goes back as far as World War II.
It does, and the pictures he found of these guys, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else? All right, thank you for such a great meeting. To all the board members, have a wonderful night. Mr. Losham, Ms. O'Connor.
Thank you.
Gomez. Ms. Hoey. Thank you. Could I have a motion to
Motion.
adjourn tonight's meeting?
Motion.
Motion by trustee Gonzalez Prescott at 9:10 PM. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by trustee Safiri. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. Have a wonderful night, everyone. See you
Good
soon.
night, everyone. Good
Good night
night.
now.
Right.